Shunyavari, Ashyate Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Jai Om Vishnupada Paramahamsa Parivrajakacharya Shrodrashita Shri Srimad Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Goswami Maharaj Prabhupada ki jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda ki jai. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur ki jai. Prem se kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Vedadhara Shri Vasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda ki jai. Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopigo Shyama Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan ki jai. Shri Mathura Vrindavana Dham ki jai. Shri Navadvip Mayapur Dham ki jai. Shri Jagannath Puri Dham ki jai. Ganga Mai ki jai. Muna Mai ki jai. Tulasi Devi ki jai. Bhakti Devi ki jai. Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda ki jai. All glories to the civil devotees. Hare Krishna. All glories to the civil devotees. Hare Krishna. All glories to the civil devotees. Hare Krishna. All glories to Shri Guru and Shri Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada.
Namaste Narasimhaya.
Namaste Narasimhaya.
Namaste Narasimhaya.
For the pleasure of their lordships, Sri Sri Radha Shyamasundar Krishna Balaram, Purnitai Nrsimhadev Bhagavan, Panchatattva, Guru Parampara, all the assembled Vaishnava devotees of the Lord. Book scores from yesterday, the 18th of February, are as follows. We did 3 medium books, 29 big books, and 7 Maha books, for a total of 39 books distributed. Srila Prabhupada's Transcendental Book Distribution Ki Jai. Shri Shri Radha Shama Sundar Krishna Balaram Gaur Nitai Ki Jai. Vishnu.
Tulasi Krishna Prayasi Radha Krishna Seva Pavo
Krishna. Today is Wednesday, February 19th. I request all devotees, whoever possibly could be present at 6 p.m. for a quick meeting regarding kitchen standards, and that'll be held in the Brahmachari Ashram, and the Matajis could please call in via phone. Aside from that, there's no special festivals in the next week. Sunday is Ekadashi. Does anybody have anything to announce? Okay. So 10 offenses to be avoided while chanting the holy names of the Lord are as follows. Satam Endanam Nav Paramamaparadham Vitanute Yatam Yatam Gatamo Savate Tad Vigarham. The blessing of Holy Spirit in the lives of the Holy Lord. Holy name is the Lord Krishna, Sri Vishnu Yanyamanama Sakam Ya Vinam Pashet Sakam Vinama Hitakara. To give some interpretation on the holy name of the Lord. To consider the glories of the holy name of the Lord in his imagination. And think that the Hare Krishna mantra can counteract all sinful reactions, and one may therefore go on with his sinful activities, and at the same time chant the Hare Krishna mantra to neutralize it. The greatest offense of the lotus feet of Harinam. Dharma Pratatyaga Utari Sarva Shubha Kriya Samyam Abhipramada. Consider the chanting of the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra to be one of the auspicious ritualistic mantras mentioned in the Vedas as fruit of activity. Ashraddhane Mukhe Vishubhati Yashopade Shishvanama Paradha. It is an offense to preach the glories of the holy name of the Lord to the faithless. Tujevina Mahatme Ramitiya Hito Naraha Aham Amani Paramo Nami Sokya Paradha. If one has heard the glories of the transcendental holy name of the Lord, but nevertheless continues in a materialistic concept of life, thinking, I am this body and everything belonging to this body is mine, aham mameti, and does not show respect and love for the chanting of the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, that is an offense. Abhipramadaha is also an offense to the intent of all chant. Let us offer our most humble and respectful obeisances to all the Vaishnava devotees of the Lord, who are like oceans of mercy, desire trees, and full of compassion for the fallen conditioned souls. Jai Shri Shri Radha Shyama Krishna Balaram Gauritai Ki Jai.
Yeah, it's over by the, you see the divider behind the TV? It's by the door.
Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Krishna Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Ram. Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna.
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama. Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krish
Krishna, Krishna. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Rama Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna. Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, 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 Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, 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 Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare Ram. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Ram, Hare Krishna.
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna.
Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srimad Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srimad Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Krishna
Stodadishita Shri Srimad. His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Jai Om Vishnupada Paramahamsa. Parivrajakacharya Stodadishita Shri Srimad. Bhakti Siddhanta Goswami Maharaj Prabhupada Ki Jai. Anantakoti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai. Prem Se Kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. Jai Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shyama Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan Ki Jai. Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai. Shri Mayapur Navadvip Dham Ki Jai. Jagannath Puri Dham Ki Jai. Ganga Mai Ki Jai. Yamuna Mai Ki Jai. Bhakti Devi Ki Jai. Tulasi Devi Ki Jai. Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. Gaur Premanande Hari Hari Bol. All glories to the assembled devotees. Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees. Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees. Hare Krishna. All glories to Sri Sri Guru and Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada.
With Giri. Gear. Oh, God. Everyone.
Bro, that's why they put you on this day, bro. There's like 2 people. There's like 2.5 people.
That's me, bro.
Just the region which you're on, and then I'm half.
Bro, just cancel it, bro.
Just cancel it. That's just too proper.
Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Janavallabha Girivaradhari Gopi Janavallabha Girivaradhari Gopi Janavallabha Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana Nadira Girivaradhari Jashodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yamunadira Vanachari Yamunatira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari. Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari. Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana. Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana. Yamunatira Vanachari. Tira Vanachari. Yamunatira Vanachari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajagacharya Stota Dashata Shri Srimad AC His Divine Grace AC Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajagacharya Stota Dashata Shri Srimad Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Goswami Maharaj Prabhupada Ki. Srimad Bhagavatam Ki. All glories to the Son of Devotees. All glories to the Son of Devotees. All glories to the Son of Devotees. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. How do you put this up?
Hold the desk. I've actually never done this.
You pull the top.
Oh, you just pull this?
Okay.
And then, how high do you want it? Like this? Or more?
Lower.
Lower.
That's good. So continuing from reading from Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 3, Chapter 7, text number 11. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya.
Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya.
Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Yata Jale Chandramasaha Kampa Adihi Tatkritaha Gunaha Drishyate Asan Api Drashtuhu Atmanaha Anatmanaha Gunaha Yata Jale Chandramasaha Kampadistat-krito gunaha Drishyate san api drashtur Atmano natmano gunaha Yata jale chandramasaha Kampadistat-krito gunaha Drishyate san api drashtur Atmano natmano gunaha Yata jale chandramasaha Kambhadistatkrito gunaha drishyate san api drashtur atmano natmano gunaha. Please repeat. Chandajale chandramasaha kambhadistatkrito gunaha
Drishyate sannapi drashtur Atmano natmano gunaha
Yata jale chandramasaha Kampadistatkruto gunaha Drishyate sannapi drashtur Atmano natmano gunaha Yatha jale chandramasaha Kampadistatkruto gunaha Drishyate sannapi drashtur Atmano natmano gunaha
Matajis. Atmano gunaha Yatha jale chandramasaha Kampadistatkrito gunaha drishyate sannapi drashtur atmano natmano gunaha. Word for word. Yata, as. Jale, in the water. Chandramasaha, of the moon. Kampa adihi, quivering, etc. Tatkritaha, done by the water. Gunaha, quality. Drishyate, it is so seen. Asanapi, without existence. Drashtuhu, of the seer. Atmanaha, of the self. Anatmanaha, of other than the self. Gunaha, quality. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki. Translation. As the moon reflected on the water appears to the seer to tremble due to being associated with the quality of the water, so the self associated with matter appears to be qualified as matter. Purport. The Supreme Soul, the personality of Godhead, is compared to the moon in the sky, and the living entities are compared to the reflection of the moon on the water. The moon in the sky is fixed and does not appear to quiver like the moon on the water. Actually, the original moon in the sky, the moon reflected on the water, should also not quiver. But because of being associated with water, the reflection appears to be quivering. Although in actual fact the moon is fixed, the water moves, but the moon does not move. Similarly, the living entities appear to be tainted by material qualities like illusion, lamentation, and miseries, although in the pure soul such qualities are completely absent. The word pratiyate, which means apparently and not actually, like the experience of having one's head cut off in a dream, is significant here. The reflection of the moon on the water is the separated rays of the moon and not the actual moon. The separated parts and parcels of the Lord entangled in the water of material existence have the quivering quality, whereas the Lord is like the actual moon in the sky, which is not at all in touch with the water. The light of the sun and moon reflected on matter makes the matter bright and praiseworthy. The living symptoms are compared to the light of the sun and the moon illuminating material manifestations like trees and mountains. The reflection of the sun or moon is accepted as the real sun or moon by less intelligent men. And the pure monistic philosophy develops from these ideas. In fact, the light of the sun and moon are actually different from the sun and moon themselves. Although they are always connected, the light of the moon spread throughout the sky appears to be impersonal, but the moon planet as it is personal, and the living entities on the moon planet are also personal. In the rays of the moon, different material entities appear to be comparatively more or less important. The light of the moon on the Taj Mahal appears to be more beautiful than the same light in the wilderness. Although the light of the moon is the same everywhere, due to being differently appreciated, appears different. Similarly, the light of the Lord is equally distributed everywhere, but due to being differently received, it appears to be different. One should not therefore accept the reflection of the moon on the water as actual and misunderstood the whole situation through monistic philosophy. The quivering quality of the moon is also variable. When the water is standing still, there is no quivering. In more settled conditions, soul quivers less, but due to material connection, the quivering quality is more or less present everywhere. Om Jnana Timiranhasya Gananjala Shalakaya Chakshu Unmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurve Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhistam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swamirpa Karamayam Dadati Swaparantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shetaf Parakamalam Shri Guru Vaisnamasha Shri Rupam Sagarjatam Sagana Raghunatham Vidam Tam Tajivam Sarvetam Savadutam Prajai Saitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padam Sagana Laita Shri Visakam Vijamsha Hey Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dino Bandho Jagatpade Gobisha Gobika Gobika Kanta Radha Kampa Moses Tapta Kanchara Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sade Devi Pranamami Hari Prade Vajakapatir Vishaka Prasani Vichapati Dana Bhavani Bhyo Vaishnavi Bhyo Namo Namah Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Vari Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhaktivinoda Om Hari Vadayan Mama Sarva Raksham Nastangri Padma Patagendra Prishte Tarari Charma Sigadeshu Chapa Pashandadhano Saguno Sabahu Namo Vishmara Krishna Stai Bhutale Shrimate Bhakti Vikasa Swami Iti Namine Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. So, the translation, I'll read the translation. Translation: as the moon reflected on the water appears to the seer to tremble due to being associated with what is making in this purport, is the moon in the sky is fixed and does not appear to quiver like the moon on the water. Actually, like the original moon in the sky, the moon reflected on the water should also not quiver, but because of being associated with water, it appears to be quivering. Although in fact the moon is fixed, the water moves, but the moon does not move. Similarly, the living entities appear to be tainted by material qualities like illusion, lamentation, and miseries, although in pure soul such qualities are completely absent. So Prabhupada is making this point that when one associates with the material energy, he is tainted by these by such things like illusion, lamentation, and miseries. But actually the soul doesn't suffer from these qualities because naturally the soul is completely Satchit Ananda Vigraha. So we understand this because the more and more you associate with the body, hamameti, identification with the body and everything belonging to this body is mine, we naturally become disturbed, and we're not able to be fixed in our spiritual, in our original consciousness, which is nitya. What is this? Jiva Swarup Hoy Krishna Nitya Das, which is being an eternal servant of Krishna. And when we give up all our hopes on something that is fallible, you always become disappointed. There's this verse from the Bhagavad Gita, if you can pull it, 15:7. Mamam ishvamso jive loke jiva bhuta sanatanaha manaha sashtan indriyani prakriti sthani karshati. The living entities in this conditioned world are my eternal fragmental parts. Due to conditioned life, they are struggling very hard with the six senses, which include the mind. So clearly from the statement from Krishna, we can see that we are not these bags of blood, pus, and stool. Also, the first paragraph of this, if we can you go down to the purport? In this verse, the identity of the living being is clearly given. The living entity is the fragmental part and parcel of the Supreme Lord eternally. It is not that he assumes individuality in his conditioned life and his liberated state becomes one with the Supreme Lord. He's eternally fragmented. See, so we're always separated from, we're not one. Prabhupada also says this in the purport. It is clearly said, Sanatanaha. According to the Vedic version, the Supreme Lord manifests and expands himself in innumerable expansions, of which the primary expansions are called Vishnu Tattva, and the secondary expansions are called the living entities. In other words, the Vishnu Tattva is the personal expansion, and the living entities are the separated expansions. By his personal expansion, he is manifested in various forms like Lord Rama, Nrsimhadev, Vishnu Murti, and all the predominating deities in the Vaikuntha planets. The separated expansions of living entities are externally servitors. The personal expansions of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the individual identities of the Godhead, are always present. Similarly, the separated expansions of living entities have their identities as fragmental parts and parcels of the Supreme Lord. The living entities also have fragmental portions of his qualities, of which independence is one. Every living entity as an individual soul has its personal individuality and minute form of independence. By misuse of that independence, one becomes a conditioned soul, and by proper use of independence, he is always liberated. In either case, he is qualitatively eternal, as the Supreme Lord is in his liberated state. He is freed from this material condition, and he is under the engagement of transcendental service unto the Lord. In his conditioned life, he is dominated by the material modes of nature, and if he gets the transcendental loving service of the Lord, as a result, he has to struggle very hard to maintain his existence in the material world. So we understand from this purport that the more we are running away from Krishna, the more we're trying to associate with the material energy, the more we're trying to become the enjoyers, we actually suffer more. You know, it's like and the more we're surrendered to Krishna, the more we actually find real happiness. There's like, you know, what's poison in the beginning is nectar in the end, and what's nectar in the beginning is poison in the end. Immediately, it's very difficult to get out of this bodily conception of life, for me anyway, because even after hearing so many lectures and hearing so many Srimad Bhagavatam classes, Bhagavad Gita classes, still over and over again, we can understand philosophically that we are not the body. But to actually completely realize this, like Shukadev Goswami, he completely liberated soul, he understands that he is not the body, and you know, at the age of 16, he came out of the womb and he was completely naked and just didn't even like care for any mundane material activities. So to actually realize that is actually very hard. And to get out of this attachment, it all starts with the mind, because the mind is always going here and there, like Krishnanand Prabhu was saying yesterday, you know, mind, please don't mind, you know. We shouldn't neglect the mind thinking we are safe from Maya. We should neglect the mind in such a way where we don't listen to Maya. Great example is Haridas Thakur. He was peacefully engaging in his service, you know, chanting the holy names of the Lord. He's the Namacharya. He wasn't agitated at all by herself, Maya Devi. She came to personally come and bewilder him, at least try. But he instead of he acknowledged it, but instead of listening to Maya, he said, I have something more important. I have something more important to listen to. So this is actually the way we should follow in the footsteps of Haridas Thakur, is instead of listening to mind and saying no, yes, no, yes, no, yes, we should try to understand that there's actually something more important than Maya, which is engaging in service of Krishna. And in this connection, there is a nice verse, if you can pull this up, Bhagavatam, Canto 11, text number 23, chapter 23, text number 47, sorry, 11, 23, 47. It's a really nice verse. If you go down to the translation. All these senses have been under the control of the mind since time immemorial, and the mind himself never comes under the sway of any other. He is stronger than the strongest, and his godlike power is fearsome. Therefore, anyone who can bring the mind under control becomes the master of all senses. So the mind has this godlike power. I was like, wow, it's like godlike power. It's really amazing, you know, because like your mind like can really like even like Krishna and Arjuna says in the Bhagavad Gita, and it's hard to control the mind like the wind. And we understand that in the Bhagavatam it has descriptions of vehicles. They move at like Krishna's chariot. It moves at the wind, the speed of the mind. And so the mind can immediately take you to a place where you remember, like, it could bring you into the past, it could bring you into the future, it could bring you so many places. So it's this godlike power can instantly bring you there. Like, she's very powerful, you know. She's 24/7 always engaged. She never has never giving us a break. Maya never says to us, now you should serve Krishna. She's always has many other things to offer. They're all bizarre. You should become peaceful and happy in this world. Maya's never saying this. Doesn't that sound bizarre though? Like, your mind is telling you, I want to be happy and peaceful in this world, in this material world, not in Krishna consciousness. Well, this is what the karmis believe. Let me try to be happy in this material world peacefully. If I do this, I feel do that. They have so many plans in the future. They create all these accommodations for them to have facilities to enjoy, so they can somehow or another and their family members be peaceful. But it's actually a very bizarre thing. It sounds like a very good proposition, but without Krishna, it's just madness to think that there could be any happiness in this world. There's no such thing. So it's not such a good idea to fight Maya, because she's stronger than us, and you know, she's Durga herself. But instead, we should neglect. Not even that. Actually, don't try to insult Maya, because she is more powerful than us. But just neglect. This is what His Holiness Bhakti Vikash Maharaj was saying in his lecture I was hearing yesterday. Because if we don't do this, we'll be imprisoned by this power of Maya for many, many births and deaths. And there's actually a nice verse that I want to pull up here. If you go to Brahma Samhita 544, it's in the purport, actually. But you can read the translation. So goes to translation. The external potency Maya, who is of the nature of the shadow of the chip potency, is worshipped by all people as Durga, the creating, preserving, and destroying agency of this mundane world. I adore the primeval Lord Govinda, in accordance with whose will Durga conducts herself. So if you could go down the purport where it says Durga is possessed of Durga, which means a prison house. There you go. So Durga is possessed of Durga, which means a prison house. When jivas begotten of the marginal potency, Tatashta Shakti, forget the service of Krishna, they are confined in the mundane prison house. This is really amazing. The citadel of Durga, the wheel of karma, is the instrument of punishment upon Durga. She is incessantly engaged in discharging the same by the will of Govinda. When luckily the forgetfulness of Govinda on the part of imprisoned jivas is remarked by them by becoming in contact with self-realized souls, and their natural aptitude for the loving service of Krishna is aroused, Durga herself then becomes the agency of their deliverance by the will of Govinda. This is really amazing. So in this purport, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur says, the citadel of Durga, this whole material world, we're being completely imprisoned by the clutches of Maya, these chains of Maya. And then Srila Prabhupada, he continues on the purport. He says here, where is this? The word pratiyate, which means apparently and not actually, like the experience of having one's head cut off in a dream, is significant here. The reflection of the moon on the water is separated rays of the moon and not the actual moon. The separated parts and parcels of the Lord entangled in the water of material existence have the quivering quality, whereas the Lord is the actual moon in the sky, which is not at all in touch with the water. The light of the sun and moon reflected on the water makes the matter bright and praiseworthy. The living symptoms are compared to the light of the sun and the moon, illuminating material manifestations like trees and mountains. The reflection of the sun and moon is accepted as the real sun or moon by less intelligent men, and by pure monistic philosophical develops from these ideas. So you can clearly see Prabhupada is saying here, the reflection of the sun or moon is accepted as the real sun or moon by less intelligent men. So people are thinking that this material world is all in all, that this is the goal of life, to enjoy the senses, to accumulate money, family, every material possession, basically just to simply enjoy. And they're trying so hard, they're hoping for the best and the best, but it's just not possible. I was actually speaking to Amiyama Prabhu yesterday, and he was giving me an example. He was distributing books at this college, and there was this nice gentleman who was asking him very nice questions, inquiring about the absolute truth. And Amiyama Prabhu he gave him some books, and he was asking Amiyama Prabhu, is it possible to be happy in this material world? Is it possible? And Amiyama Prabhu, he said, there's no hope. There's no hope. And then, even though he had the straightforward answer, there's no hope, still the man persisted. Maybe there's a little hope, maybe just a little bit. There has to be a little hope, just slight chance, maybe there's something there. And obviously, Amiyama Prabhu replied, not even a little, But and then after that Amiyama Prabhu told him this. The gentleman he ended up admitting to Amiyama Prabhu, saying that, yes, actually, I'm actually suffering. Like I'm suffering because I'm trying to enjoy so much with school, with my girlfriend, with all these material possessions. They're trying so hard to enjoy, but it's just not possible, And so these people go on and on in daily life, never knowing the actual truth. So we have to give this knowledge to the gentlemen and gentlewomen, because without it, it is not possible for people to even get out of illusion or immense anxiety. And I like to say this is like a very nice verse. We recently Janardhan Krishna Prabhu, he's been telling us to distribute Sri Vishnu Upanishad. So this, if you could pull up Sri Vishnu Upanishad, and there's like mantra 7. This is a very nice verse. And like when I show people this verse, I tell you these books can help you free from all illusion and all anxiety. Because in the verse, if you go down to the translation, it says, "One who always sees all living entities as spiritual sparks, in quality one with the Lord, becomes a true knower of things. What then can be illusion or anxiety for him?" So this is clearly seeing that if we all see everyone as spiritual sparks in quality with the Lord, we're quality, we're all coming from the Lord, but we're not the same as He's unlimited, we're limited jivas. So we understand that once we come into this knowledge, there's no such thing as illusion or anxiety, because once you come into this Krishna consciousness, you have so much clarity is there. I'd like to tell people these books give you a lot of clarity and it eases your mind, so you can rid yourself from all this anxiety. And so you can clearly see here that is one of in this knowledge, and understands that we are all spiritual sparks of the Supreme whole, and there's no illusion and anxiety for us, for people who are participating in Krishna consciousness. And for the people who never get this knowledge, or who don't want to understand this, there's actually a verse, Yat tu Krishna vad ekasmin kariye saktam ahitukam atat varta vad alpamcha tat tamasam udharitam. 1822. If you can pull this up. Go to the translation. And that knowledge by which one is attached to one kind of work as the all-in-all, without knowledge of the truth, and which is very meager, is said to be in the mode of darkness. And if we can read the purport too. The knowledge of the common man is always in the mode of darkness or ignorance, because every living entity in conditioned life is born into the mode of ignorance. One who does not develop knowledge through the authorities or scriptural injunctions has knowledge that is limited to the body. He is not concerned about acting in terms of the directions of Scripture. For him, God is money, and knowledge means the satisfaction of bodily demands. Such knowledge has no connection with the absolute truth. It is more or less like the knowledge of the ordinary animals. The knowledge of eating, sleeping, defending, and mating, such knowledge is described here as the product of the mode of darkness. In other words, knowledge concerning the spirit soul beyond this body is called knowledge in the mode of goodness. Knowledge producing many theories and doctrines by dint of mundane logic and mental speculation is the product of the mode of passion, and knowledge concerned only with keeping the body comfortable is said to be in the mode of ignorance. So we can clearly see here that we who identify with with being comfortable is in the mode of goodness, as it clearly said here in the purport. So Krishna consciousness at first is very uncomfortable because we're not so used to, we're so conditioned. After many births and deaths, we finally come to this knowledge. So it's very uncomfortable, to rise early in the morning, to attend Mangalar, to chant 16 rounds, to follow the 4 regs, to do all these things. It feels uncomfortable, but it's actually our original position to always engage in the service of Krishna. This is our original position. And the reason why it feels so uncomfortable is because we've forgotten all this over so many births and deaths, all these some scars we have accumulated. And I remember when I used to do boxing. So my coach, he would tell me, if it feels comfortable, then you're not doing it right. If it feels comfortable, because when you do boxing, it's very uncomfortable, the position and stuff like this. It's very uncomfortable. But he told me, if you do it, if it feels comfortable, you're not doing it right. So similarly, in this material world, if we're trying to enjoy the body, if we're trying to have a comfortable situation, then it's not possible. We have to develop this mood of performing austerity for Krishna. We have to perform austerity for the Guru. We have to perform austerity for the devotees. And there's this class by His Holiness Bhaktivikas Maharaj. Let me see if I can find this. I wrote some notes on it. Blissful austerity and preaching. So there is going to be difficulties in this material world, but especially for devotees who preach Krishna consciousness. The more one takes difficulties in serving the mission of Krishna, the more mercy one gets. The more austerity one takes, the more Krishna is pleased. It is better to take the austerities which will help to benefit others. That is the best austerity. Someone has to preach, though, the difficulties. People are suffering from the lack of knowledge of Krishna. It's very glorious. It's the same everywhere: birth, death, old age, and disease in different shapes and forms. Human life should be spent for finding out what's beyond the suffering going up and Human life should be spent for finding out what's beyond the suffering going up and down in this material world. So many obstacles will arise, beginning with our mind. You may find more mercy in the hellish streets of New York than you find in Vrindavan. So, yeah, this imposition of okay, let's go to some kirtan mela and let's have a blast and let's also be Krishna conscious. Sure, you're chanting the names of Krishna. It's very nice, very glorious, chanting the names of Krishna. But we should perform austerity for Krishna. Krishna becomes more pleased when we perform austerity for him. And then Srila Prabhupada, he also makes this next point in the purport. In fact, the light of the sun and moon are actually down. Although the light of the moon spread throughout the sky appears to be impersonal. But the moon planet, as it is impersonal, and the living entities on the moon planet are also personal, and the rays of the moon, different material entities, appear to be comparatively more or less important. So, Prabhupada is saying here, the light of the moon spread throughout the sky appears to be impersonal. But, similarly, many people think that the Lord is impersonal, God is impersonal. We go to these conventions and most people think that they have this conception that we are God, everything is God. In a sense, we are one part and parcel. So we are qualitatively, it's saying here in the beginning that we have the reflection appears to be quivering in the back. Similarly, the living entities appear to be tainted by material qualities like illusion, lamentation, and misery. Although in the pure soul, such as qualities are completely absent, the word pratiyate, which means apparently and not actually, the experience of having one's head cloud in a dream is significant here. The reflection of the moon of the water is the separated rays of the moon and not the actual moon. The separated parts and parcels of the Lord entangled in the water of material existence having the quivering quality, whereas the Lord is like the actual moon in the sky, which is not at all with the touch of the water. And so, like the soul, the pure soul, we're like the quality is the quality. We have the same quality as the Lord, but like I was saying, we don't have the same quantity as the Lord. So we are part and parcel. And so many people think, okay, I'm God, we are like God, but this is not possible because ultimately it just doesn't make any sense. Because how can you understand something that's unlimited, and we are living entities that are limited? I tell many people this, and this also goes into ahamameti. I remember I was distributing books at the airport not too long ago, and I ran into this nice Christian lady, and she was polite, but she was, Jesus Christ is the only way. But I was telling her, okay, this is very nice. Jesus Christ is the only way. Okay, but let's look at the teachings of Lord Jesus Christ. He was a very simple man. He didn't have no shoes. He wore robes like us, kind of, and he had matted hair, long hair. He didn't own a house. He lived a very austere life. He ate very simple food like bread and rice and porridge and like vegetables and stuff like this. Very simple, very, very simple. And there's many quotes in the Bible that says we should give up the flesh, we should give up our friends, our family, our relatives. Jesus Christ says this is like you take up your cross and follow me. You are my real. This is if you want to be my disciple, give up everything. So, but as you can see, most Christians or most people in the world are super attached to all their possessions. And I was telling her this, and she was saying, no. She said, yeah, Jesus did say that, but it was only for like that circumstance. I was like, but like we should. And then she was saying that we should give up these things. We shouldn't be attached to it. But but that's not what he actually meant, or something like this. And I was like, but how can you say this, but also say that you're a Christian? It's like very contradicting. It doesn't make any sense. You can't just use what you want when you want. It doesn't make any sense. You completely contradict the whole lifestyle. And this is the problem, is that most people are thinking that, the body is on and all. They know everything. But actually, when you look at the scriptures and you look at what Krishna is saying and you look at how the life of Jesus Christ lived, it actually doesn't make any sense at all, the way people are living. And they're so... And it's like another experience also. We were at Birmingham, and we were speaking to one student, and I was telling him, okay, you're not Joe, you're not 27, you don't go to Birmingham University, you don't live in America, you're not from America, you're none of the, he was saying I'm all these things, but I was saying, no, you're not any of these things. You are the soul, you are a servant of the Lord. We're all servants of the Lord. You are a servant of the Lord. He said, yes, I agree. I was like, very nice. So it doesn't matter what religion you're part of. It doesn't matter if you're Christian. It doesn't matter if you're a Hindu. It doesn't matter if you're a Muslim. It doesn't matter what religion you're part of, because ultimately, if you look at the origin, if you look at the conclusion, we're all part and parcels of the Lord. We're all servants of the Lord. So why are we fighting? Why are we trying to impede on each other's service? And he was saying, yes, I agree. I completely agree what you're talking about. But I'm Christian. Like, you see how the samskara is so strong. Even though you're telling them, they understand, okay, they agree with you, but still, even after all this realization that they agree and all this, and that you're telling them this, still, no, I'm Christian. No, I am Christian. No, I am Joe. No, I am 27. Okay, very nice. So we have to distribute these books like madmen, because this is Prabhupada's books. This is the knowledge which will show them the life that they should live. And we should also show by our example the lifestyle through Varnashram Dharma. We should establish these farm communities and show people how we should live as human beings, and show people by knowledge from the Vedas, by these books. We need to distribute Prabhupada's books, that they are the key to the jail cells, So I was speaking about, you know, how this material world is a big jail cell, and people don't realize it. You know, people are saying, people, like, for example, if you have like people who are in like jail, like a citadel or like a madhouse, they say that, oh, I have very nice bed, I love my friends, they give me some nice food, you know, I like these four walls, this place is nice, you know, like, it's not so bad actually, you know, I have a place to sleep, I have everything I need. What's the problem? But if the people outside of the jail, this guy's insane. Why are you so, like, you know, anyway, materialistic people, why are you happy in these four walls? It's like, this is a madman, you're crazy, you know, I think you've gone crazy. So similarly, people who are in this material world, who think that, okay, this is a nice place, I have such a nice family, I have such a nice facilities, I have such a nice job, you know, all these things, you know, in Krishna consciousness, you are mad. You are mad. You think that this is all in all. You think that this material world is for your sense enjoyment. But no, this human form of life is not meant to enjoy our senses. This human form of life is meant to perform austerity, is meant to understand this knowledge. You know, it says, Bahunam Janmanam Mante Gyanan Van Praptatye Vasudeva Sarvamiti. This is the goal, Vasudeva Sarvamiti. To understand Vasudev. This is the goal of life, to understand Vasudev. And Srila Prabhupada continues in the purport. He makes this point. Although the light of the moon is the same everywhere, due to being differently appreciated, it appears different. Similarly, the light of the Lord is equally distributed everywhere, but due to being differently received, it appears to be different. One should not therefore accept the reflection of the moon on the water as actual and misunderstand the whole situation through monotheistic philosophy. The quivering quality of the moon is also variable. When the water is standing still, there is no quivering. A more settled conditioned soul quivers less, but due to material connection, the quivering quality is more or less present everywhere. So he's saying here that it depends on the person. You know, it depends on how sincere a person is, whether they want to take up the knowledge of Krishna consciousness or not. The quivering quality of the moon is variable. Like, you know, he's saying here, a more settled conditioned soul quivers less. Like, you know, some people might, like, the water is like, you know, very, like the ocean, if you see the ocean, is very crazy. Like in the middle of the ocean is very crazy. But, you know, some that are not in the ocean, like maybe like in like a pond or river, it's like moving, but not so much. So some living entities, some conditioned souls, they're very, very agitated by this material energy, but some others are not. Why is that? Well, it's because some, either they have come in contact with the mercy of the devotees, or some are just more God conscious than others. So, but Krishna ultimately, even Prabhupada says here, that although the light of this moon is same everywhere, but due to differently appreciated, it appears different. Similarly, the light of the moon is eternally distributed everywhere. So, you know, it's being differently appreciated by different persons. So some people might appreciate Krishna more than others. You know, so it just depends on the living entity, how sincere they are, and how if they want to take up the Krishna consciousness or not. Like, for example, like Kamsa, he was Krishna conscious, but not in a favorable way. He was Krishna conscious in an inimical way. But he was very agitated by this, very agitated by Krishna, because he was, even though he was always thinking about Krishna, he was actually very envious. But it ended up working out for him anyway, because he got killed by Krishna, which is Krishna's mercy. So, but the overall understanding is that not everyone is able to be less, like it says, quivers, more quivering or less quivering. But due to material connection, the quivering quality is more or less present everywhere. So no matter what, in the overall, Prabhupada is saying here, but due to material connection, the quivering quality is more or less present everywhere. So no matter what, no matter if you're quivering less, quivering more, if you're more agitated or not, no matter what, in this material world, it is present everywhere. The anxiety, the illusion, the miseries, the lamentation, it is all present here in the material world, no matter what. No matter what, no matter how. So ultimately, this is actually the goal, is to completely surrender to Krishna, you know, to completely, fully be engaged in Krishna service, to service to the Guru, service to the devotees. Because if you're not, then we won't be able to receive the mercy. We'll be so agitated. And there's this that where's that bhajan? It's like the one who surrenders unto the lotus feet of Lord Nityananda. And it's like it's more soothing than millions of moons. And it's like the one who's like focused on Lord Nityananda's feet is liberated. They get free from the suffering. So like that, I wanted to because it's talking about the moon in this verse. So I was thinking about that, how Lord Nityananda, if we surrender unto Lord Nityananda, who is the Jagat Guru of the entire universe, if we surrender unto him, then we are able to be fixed in the service of Krishna. And we are able to serve Lord Chaitanya's movement very nicely. So in this regard, we should try our best to free ourselves from this material contamination and surrender unto the lotus feet of Lord Nityananda. So that's all I really have, and in 3 minutes short. But if there's any questions or comments or corrections or chastisements, I can please take them now.
I have a Hare Krishna. So, there. I actually have a lot of points, but I'll state one or two, and then if there's more time, then I'll state the rest. One thing is, generally this word vigraha is used only in relation to Krishna, not in relation to the living entities. Although the living entities also have a form of Satchidananda, like Krishna, the word vigraha is generally used in relation to Krishna.
Yeah.
So that's one thing. You can adjust the mic in such a way that his doesn't blows up, and you'd have to adjust it on the, the mixer? Yeah. Okay. One thing I was thinking, is you were saying how hard it is to realize that we're this body. We've heard so many classes, we've read so much about it. Another thing I was thinking is, one of the reasons why in a class we also get kind of bored of these things is because we fail to reflect on how we're actually so conditioned by that tendency. If when it is stated, we were to reflect upon our own lives as to how we are conditioned in thinking that we're still this body, then that class wouldn't be boring, because every single day, at least personally myself, I have a new flavor of how my mind cheats me. It's every single day this rascal mind gets me, some way, shape or form. So it can never be boring, actually. If you think of it, how can it be boring? Because every single day this stupid mind, it pulls some trick and conditions me. It's embarrassing to think about it. So it was just a thought that just came to me when you were speaking. It was wow. It's like, why would we think it's boring? Because we don't we know it, but we don't really understand that how it is affecting us, and there's no reflection of how we are getting affected by it. So that was a nice point you made. Anyways, I have more things, but I can give it to others.
In one of the purports you read, I think it was in the Brahma Samhita purport that you read.
Yeah.
It said that when one surrenders to Krishna, then Durga is an agent that helps deliver that conditioned soul. I never thought about that before. I always thought once you surrender to Krishna, then Maya's you're not under her jurisdiction, you're under Krishna's jurisdiction. But how does Maya...
He said that yesterday too. Prabhu said that yesterday.
Oh, I didn't catch that.
Don't want to lose
Maya doesn't want to lose her customer.
Yeah, Maya.
Yeah. Maya doesn't want to lose her customer. So I was just curious how Maya works to deliver the soul.
Well, Durga, she's a servant of Krishna, obviously. All the demigods are. So, from my understanding, he was saying yesterday, Krishnanam Prabhu, he was, there's a central, there's he was giving that example with the, I don't know what he was holding, a gumshoe or something. But anyway, there's there's Krishna, and then there's Maya, and the middle is the Guru. So the Guru, he'll take you out of Maya, and he'll bring you closer to Krishna, and he'll help you get to Krishna. But yeah, it does say that here. I'll read the purport actually because I have it here. The creating, preserving, and destroying agency of this Monday world. I adore the primeval Lord Govinda, in accordance with whose will Durga conducts herself. Where is this? She is incessantly engaged in discharging the same by the will of Govinda. When luckily the forgetfulness of Govinda on the part of imprisoned jivas is remarked by them by coming in contact with self-realized souls, and their natural aptitude for the loving service of Krishna is aroused. Durga herself then becomes the agency of the deliverance by the will of Govinda. So, yeah, I mean, if you look at Haridas Thakur, right? I gave that example. Maya herself came, but she was already a devotee of Krishna. But after he rejected her, said, okay, I have something more important to do. I have my service to do. I have to serve Krishna. Then she became a devotee, right? Like she was already a devotee, but she started she left him alone and she started chanting as well, or no?
There's two pastimes in that regard.
Yeah.
So I'm also getting mixed up. You know?
Yeah, I remember too.
Remember. One is pastime when when he was in Had and chanting this whole
Prostitute, yeah.
Yes, and the second one is like when he was in cave.
Okay.
He was in a cave, and a similar story, all 3 days. She came one day, second day, third day, and after some day became the disciple. Completely similar, one by one.
So both they became devotees. Yeah.
I don't think so. I think Maya Devi came once, Maya Devi herself came to, I guess, test Haridas Thakur.
Oh, what was the end?
I don't.
She got initiated.
Yeah, she got. Yeah, she
Maya
became a devotee.
Devi? I thought Maya Devi was different from the
that's true.
prostitute.
Haridas Thakur did initiate Maya Devi.
Yeah. She became
Oh.
his
She became a devotee.
Oh, okay.
Both are similar instances. Yeah.
So yeah, in this regard, she became a devotee and she helped him become more Krishna conscious, I guess, in that sense. So, yeah, I mean, she's a servant of Krishna. So if we're really trying our best to serve Krishna, then naturally we please all the other demigods. You water the root, you water Krishna, and all the other demigods are also pleased. So in that way, she helps us because we're pleasing Krishna. We're trying to please Krishna anyway.
I was wondering, practically what this looks like. For example, and I'm posing this as a question, but say, a devotee is, really, I guess, sometimes we become really stubborn, and then the material energy kind of smacks us around, and that kind of, puts us in alignment. So would that be an instance of, Durga Devi facilitating our liberation?
Yeah, I mean, for example, I mean, if you're having, you're very disturbed in your mind, and, somehow or another you're in Maya, I don't know, let's say some devotees, he's Maya, and he's, I don't know, watching some TV, or, watching some YouTube show, or something like this, I don't know. And then, he has some, from the Maya he's watching, he gets some sort of realization from the TV show, why am I doing this? I shouldn't be doing this. Okay, I realize, okay, whoa, hold on. This is actually a big waste of time, and I should actually be serving. Somehow or another, from that TV show, he somehow or another gets a realization, okay, I should actually be serving Krishna right now, instead of watching this YouTube channel, or this YouTube, whatever, TV show or whatever. So in that sense, I guess you could say Maya was helping you, but at the same time, it's actually, I mean, you're still Maya, it's your fault. So like, you know, I mean, I don't know how that actually works, but I mean, yeah, you kind of understand what I'm trying to say. I mean,
Well, okay. So, a couple of corrections here. So, first off, Mayadevi didn't help Haridas Thakur become more Krishna conscious. The disciple doesn't help the spiritual master become more Krishna conscious in any way. The spiritual master may, out of his humility, consider the disciples to be representatives of his spiritual master, but that's simply his humility and nothing more than that. So that's one point. So that example doesn't really answer the question that Girish Prabhu was asking. The second thing that you were stating just now, even this realization that one might suddenly get due to one's unfortunate deviations, it doesn't come from the deviation itself. That comes from the Guru's instructions, that comes from Krishna. It doesn't come from the TV show. Otherwise, it would be good to watch such TV shows if such things were to happen. So, no, that is also incorrect. So, the way Maya Devi helps is literally by smacking the devotee around until the devotee understands that actually Maya and Krishna are not completely separate. Maya is Krishna's servant, and until the devotee develops the mood, tattenu kampam susamikshamano bunjana evatma kritam vipakam, that he starts to tolerate his material miseries, understanding them to be the result of his own past misdeeds, and offers respect with body, mind, and words to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Understanding that actually when a devotee surrenders to the spiritual master, there is no previous karma. So any and all suffering that the devotee is experiencing due to contact with Maya, or even bodily discomfort and anything, is all actually directly arranged by Krishna. And it's arranged as tests for the devotees to overcome. And until a devotee understands that and actually surrenders to Krishna and follows his instructions in the scriptures, or follows the Guru's instruction, he'll still remain entangled. And so that's how Maya helps. Maya helps by correcting the devotee's nature to be inimical towards Krishna and Krishna's desires. She corrects that and purifies him. So it's a tough lesson, but Maya does the bad cop job. And in that way she helps the devotee attain deliverance. So, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't. When I was saying that became more Krishna conscious, I didn't mean like she helped. It's like the environment that he was like. For example, like she was telling him, like she's trying to like test him, like saying, okay, like please enjoy with me, please enjoy with me, please enjoy with me. But after she got initiated with him, she wasn't in that mood. Like, you know, like in a sense, it, like helped him be more Krishna conscious environment like that. That's what I meant. Like, I didn't mean like okay, like.
This is the example also, the service. The Maya is not happy with this service. She don't like this. But like Shankaracharya also, he was not happy to take this service to bewilder all these people, like to preach Mayavada. But because of Lord Shri Krishna told, and we should perform this. And the point that if you all want to go back to Godhead, you should don't have any material desires. And Maya, she check, do you have material desires or not? It means like you can tell, like I am ready to go back to Godhead. Really, you don't have any material desire? No, I don't have material desire. What about this? And what about this? And because you should not have any trace of material desire if you want to go back. And Maya have like this service, and she don't have another choice. She want to check. Like, are you really ready to go? Like, if you have like some comparison with sport, if you like run for like some distance, like 400 meters, like Olympic games, and you can see these athletes, they're using some weight, some extra weight. Maybe you saw this. They have like some tires or something, like some weight, and no one don't like this weight, like extra weight, because if you cannot run like a full power because you have so much weight in your body. But because of this weight and some exercises, and when in the day of like real Olympic games, you should run like anything, because you're running without this weight. Now his weight is not here, but because of this weight, you became more stronger, and now you can get liberation. But no one don't like this weight, and no one don't like this Maya. But this is the service.
Anything else?
Anything else? Anybody has anything else? Mataji's.
Mataji?
In regards to Prabhu's point he just made, I was curious if you, at the time of death, think of Krishna, but you do have material desires still, will you go back to Krishna? You know, because it says that whatever you're thinking of at the time of death, you also attain that. So if you are thinking of Krishna, but you have material desires, where will you go?
Yeah, good question. I mean, if you're at the time of death, if you're thinking of Krishna, and you still have material desires, you'll probably, from my understanding, you'll probably have a birth in like a devotee family. You're still getting Krishna, because you're getting Krishna consciousness. You're still with Krishna. You're not, in your next birth, you're not forgetting Krishna, because you're born into a family who's always trying to remember Krishna. So, but you still have material desires, which, Prabhu just said, we shouldn't have any material desires to go back home, back to Godhead. So from my understanding, you probably would be in such a situation where you're with Krishna, because you're with people who are associated with Krishna, but you still have these material desires. So you probably take birth again in the material world, and then after that birth, if you're serious, then you probably go back home, back to Godhead. From my understanding. Is that okay?
Yeah, there's a letter that Srila Prabhupada wrote to Jayananda. I couldn't pull it up. Can't find it. Huh? Where Srila Prabhupada writes after Jayananda Prabhu's disappearance that if you had any material desires, you would have probably gone to the heavenly planets and enjoyed there, and then you would come back. But then Prabhupada concludes the letter by saying that he thinks he went to Krishna. That's Srila Prabhupada's affirmation that Jayananda Prabhu was a pure devotee. But there in that very letter, Prabhupada makes it clear. If you had any material desires, you're going to the heavenly planets. So if you think of Krishna and you still have material desires, and you're a devotee, and that's where most likely you will land. You will land yourself in the heavenly planets after several, Prabhupada says in that letter, thousands of years of enjoyment of heavenly pleasures. One will come back to this earthly planet and, continue one's progress in Krishna consciousness by being born in a devotee family or in an aristocratic family or something like this.
At least in my case, I can't imagine giving up material desires. And it just seems like an impossible feat because you just feel so attached.
Yeah.
And I think someone asked Srila Prabhupada something along these lines, like, Prabhupada, I don't know if I'll ever be free from these material desires. And I know Mitravan Prabhu knows this quote, but Prabhupada said something like, I promise that Lord Chaitanya will, if you serve in Sankirtan, then Lord if you don't think of Krishna at the end of your life, then Lord Chaitanya will forcibly enter your mind, or something like that. And I mean, like, in actuality, we're powerless in all respects. It's only Krishna that can, like, free us of our anarthas. So even if at the time of death we have all these material desires, like if the devotee is in such like if the devotee is like trying so hard to be free of these anarthas, and Krishna can help. Anyways, it seems like my only hope is if Krishna just like takes care of.
Both is good, because you difficult to imagine how we can surpass all these anarthas and the material attachments, but it's possible if you're before Krishna consciousness practice. You're also thinking how I can wake up 4 o'clock, how I can live without sex, how I live without alcohol, drugs, and all this. Who can imagine this? I cannot imagine, because it's your life, it's you can preach for people outside you should live this sex life like this. Chanacharya Prabhu make this video this when he asked some people how you can live without sex, and he's speaking no, you also cannot but it's possible. Now you have you're in this process and you see this possible. And similarly, you can approach this level also. It's possible. Everything is possible. And even if you, in time of death, you think about Krishna, but still you have some material desires. Why? Krishna is unlimited. Krishna is all power. He's unlimited potency. He can even nullify all your material desire in the time of death, in the last moment. If you really ask Krishna, I want to go to you, but I have some material desires, but and he can nullify everything. And simultaneously, I forget your name, Prabhu. Jita Girish. It's amazing. My memory is completely messed up. Jita Girish Prabhu told that really Prabhupada told that in the time of death, the Chaitanya Mahaprabhu by force can take you in spiritual world, because you dedicated your life, and almost we do our service, even we go for book distribution, we're not running away for really to liberate all these falling souls, in the mood of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Lord Nityananda. Almost we're going in a tamagun, thinking, oh, again we should go for preach for them now, I want to sleep more, and I want to eat sweets or something like this, but still I should go out for book distribution. I don't have a taste for this, but still I should go, and gradually you can do some more more austerity, especially some preaching some horrible places some Muslim countries or some ghetto or something like this. And the time of death, why not? If Srila Prabhupada told Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, why not?
Yeah.
Krishna is unlimited.
Austerity and preaching.
But there's 2 points here that, and it's very important to understand that we can hope for that kind of mercy, and that's Kripa Siddhi.
Yeah.
Where one can get that kind of mercy and go back home, back to Godhead. But if one takes it for granted, one will not get it. It's a very important thing. Oh, I don't have any hope of giving up material desires. I'm just gonna do this. It's 2 ways. There's a little difference here. There's one where devotees feel helpless, like Narottam Das Thakur sings, Bhakti Vinod Thakur sings, and they feel helpless. Krishna, please help me. I'm so weak. So help me. There's that which is humility, and then they're also very, very strictly following their devotional practice, and the result can be seen when one sees that the Guru is pleased, the Vaishnavas are pleased, and tremendous service is being rendered, and the devotee is very strictly following the rules and regulations. And he's also praying like this. My mind is I'm so full of material desires and like this. Then he's a very, very sincere devotee. There's the other kind of devotee who says, there's no material desire, I'm just going to do devotional service, but doesn't really try to improve his chanting, doesn't try to fix his reading, just goes with the motions of doing service. and kind of like gives up trying to like chant good rounds, gives up trying to read, gives up trying to like pay attention to Bhagavatam classes or things like that. And then say, well, I'm distributed with that. Such a person cannot give up material desires. Very difficult, because they are neglecting certain orders of the spiritual master. And that person will not be able to achieve the mercy of Lord Chaitanya. It's funny, the first category that we spoke of, they may lament that they have material desires, but actually, that's their humility. Because they're not acting upon it. Or even if they act upon it, sometimes they slip and fall, they regret it very much. They try to pull themselves back, and they're always striving to follow every instruction of the spiritual master and try to act in a manner that is pleasing to Srila Prabhupada and Krishna. This is a very, very sincere devotee. And to such a devotee, the mercy of Lord Chaitanya will become available at the time of death. So that's kind of important to recognize the difference between the two. Yes, Suresh.
Yeah, I remember I was hearing a class from Mahosa Prabhu, and he was saying when performing devotional service, we should be sincere, strict, and serious. It's like these 3 S's. I never forgot about this. Sincere, strict, and serious.
When Prabhupada disciples and our own spiritual master have come here, the questions always come up like, how did you stick it out? How do you deal with the problems we seem like are insurmountable? And we always think it may be some complex answer, but they always just say something simple like, just do it, stick with it,
Stick to your bead bag, yeah.
So unless they're not trying to mislead or cheat us, we just have to understand that like just by literally just sticking with it. I mean, it seems Krishna's system is imperfectly perfect for us to understand and not get comfortable. And at the end of life, our senses are failing us. And if we spent the rest of our early life in brahmacharya ashram, samskaras, and sense control, that naturally, if our mind fails us, even if we get Alzheimer's, maybe the only thing we can remember is Krishna. I guess there's also the thing where one of the acharyas say like, take me now so I can't choke up and forget you. So maybe both are there, but it seems that generally, there's the progression of ashrams as well for renunciation, and so it's understood maybe that at the end of life it can become easier if you spend the early part of your life really giving importance to it.
Yeah, shouldn't waste our time. Try to table Krishna consciousness as early as possible. That's the best. The best. So many people, like I remember my friend Mike, for example, he's like, I was telling him like, you should give up all your stuff. Anyway, I was trying to fire him up, but he's not so fired up. But he was like, he was saying that like, he's like, so if I just remember Krishna at the time of death, then I'm good, right? I'm like, yeah, technically, yeah. And then and he was like, okay, what if I just become Krishna conscious at like 50 or something? I'm like, he's like, that'll be good. I'm like, no. Like, it's, then you have so many like attachments, I was explaining that to him, you have so many possessions, so many attachments. It's better to give up as much, better to be Krishna conscious as soon as possible, immediately.
One thing I was thinking is also, it seems as there's a distinction between giving up material desires and giving up sinful activity. Because we give up sinful activity, but we don't give up material desires like ourselves. Krishna takes away our material desires. Because anartha nivritti is a stage of sadhana. And Krishna, Baladeva Vidyabhushana writes in his Bhagavad Gita commentary that Krishna gives the results, according to the sincerity of the devotee sadhana, Krishna gives the results of that sadhana. So we don't obtain anartha nivritti. Anartha nivritti is something that's given to us according to our sincerity in sadhana. So it seems like impossible to give up material desires, because it is. It's impossible for us to give up our material desires. Krishna takes away our material desires. We show our sincerity to be free from those, sinful material desires by giving up sinful activity, by not acting on them. So it seems like there's a distinction there. We talk about giving up material desires, but we kind of conventionally say that, but more that our material desires are taken away.
Prabhupada writes it all the time in his books. One has to give up material desires.
Give up material.
If we're saying that we need Krishna's help to do that, yes, the devotee recognizes that he needs Krishna's help for everything. Yet, it's the devotee who has to take the initiative to give up material desires. It is the devotee who has to give up material desires. Yes, but well, but the thing is, he was saying that we don't actually give up material desires.
No, no. What I'm saying is, we don't give up material desires. I think we say that we give up material desires. When we give up sinful activity, that's in our control. Ultimately, the desire itself, as long as because we can't extricate ourselves from our own effort.
Yes, you can. I mean, ultimately, no. I think you're swinging to one extreme. It's very well understood that it's both, but the way you're saying it is it doesn't feel like it's both.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You give up sinful activity.
No, it's not just sinful activity. It's also the desire. The devotee gives up the desire, not just the sinful activity also.
Well, the desire might remain, but the seed of the desire might
It
remain.
remains, but the devotee is giving it up by wanting to give it up.
Yeah.
So ultimately, it's the devotee does give up the material desire by the mercy of Krishna. The mercy of Krishna only comes when the devotee wants to give up the material desire, not just the sinful activity. No, not just the sinful activity. No, because then you can be a pious enjoyer.
Yeah, he wants.
It's not just sinful activity. Please note, it's not only sinful activity. You can piously enjoy in this material world like the demigods. And it's material desire. It's not just sinful activity. That's where you're incorrect.
Well, I was saying, okay, I guess perhaps I worded it wrong. What I was saying is that we can't by our own effort take away our sinful desires. Krishna takes away the sinful desires, but we of course have to have the desire for Krishna to take away our sinful desires. It's not that we just give up sinful activity and then.
No, but my point is material desire is not just sinful either.
Well, I guess by sinful, I'm conventionally saying sinful as anything which is opposed to devotional service. We give up our non-devotional.
Yeah, so that's the same thing. The point is it's not just sinful activity because there are many people in Vedic culture who do not sin at all.
I guess, sorry, by sinful I meant like non-devotional activity. So there's also a difference. It seems like there's.
So, not acting upon the desire is one stage.
Yeah.
But the devotee goes further than that. And
He gives up the desire.
right,
But he desires to give up the desire.
right.
According to his sincerity, Krishna removes that desire.
Yeah, so
So that's what I'm saying.
okay.
Yeah, there's a verse that connects to this. It's like Bhagavad Gita 3:16. Is that, my dear Arjuna, one who does not follow in the human life the cycle of sacrifice thus established by the Vedas, certainly lives a life full of sin, living only for the satisfaction of the senses. Such a person lives in vain. So there's that also.
I guess not dry renunciation like the Buddhist sense of giving up material desires, but transforming that into spiritual.
Yeah, transforming our material desires into Krishna's
That's also a very important point to note that actually there are many people who give up material desires without even directly connecting it with Krishna, such as the yeah, they do. Otherwise, they can't go out. They can't go to Brahma Jyoti if they don't have material desires. Now, what they fail to understand is that after giving that up, this living entity wants to act. Then, because of not knowing how else to act except in the material plane, they come back down. But the fact is that they are able to go out of the material world because they did give up material desires. The thing is, our process is to replace those material desires with spiritual desires, which is what actually is Krishna's mercy.
What about Dhruva Maharaj, who had plenty of material desires and Krishna still came? What would you say about that?
That's mercy of Narada Muni. And plus, Krishna does allow, he reciprocates 4 kinds of people. So, even if Dhruva Maharaj was seeking material desire, actually the thing is, by the mercy of Narada, he gave up that material desire. But Krishna appears to people even with material desires. But to fulfill their material desire, it's another thing. So many instances actually.
Okay. Srimad Bhagavatam ki.
Jai.
Srila Prabhupada ki.
Jai.